How's that? Does it look good? How's that? Does it look good? How is the audio? Does that sound okay? If there's anyone in here to tell me. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and make this public. Maybe. There we go. All right, there we go. Alright, so welcome everybody to Server Sets. This is a tournament that we run in the Nakama community, which is the community for Soul Plays Anime. Normally I'm a mod and not streaming, but today I am streaming. Welcome, Brandon. And not only is this me streaming Server Sets, this is also my VTubing debut. So this is my avatar. As you can see, this is Soluxus here in the flesh. Alright, so I have everything, I think, pulled up here. I can go ahead and find a match for us to start spectating. By the way, Brandon, how does everything sound? Are the audio levels good and all of that? Does anything need adjusted? Awesome, thank you. Appreciate it. All right, one moment. All right, so first off, we are going to be spectating JoJo versus Neoshock. Now, Neoshock was the winner of the Champions League, and JoJo is another mod in the community, so this will be interesting. I'm sorry to hear that, Brandon. Um, I wish I was able to participate as well, but I got a mod, which kind of works out because I wanted to stream anyways. But if not for that, I would definitely be in the tournament, and I would have won it for both of us. Hello, Sir Knight. How are you doing? Alright, so Neoshock is playing True Dracos, and JoJo, as per usual, is playing Pendulums. Okay, so the Draco Apocalypse cutting down the uh, Skullcrobat Joker's attack during the damage step there. We're not cut up to live yet. See, this is an interesting matchup because JoJo runs Scythe, which obviously does nothing versus True Dracos. Oh, you're Erithicus. Okay. Dang. If you got DQ'd, then it automatically reports everything. I'm sorry to hear that. Yes, I have. I am a true VTuber now. At least trying to be. Oh yeah, I love Despia, and especially the Albaz variant. I've tried almost all of the main variants. I've tried the Dark Lord variant, which I don't really like very much. The Shadal variant was pretty fun for a little bit, but Wind to Pass is kind of lame. Um, but my favorite Despia variant so far has been Fallen of Albaz. It's so fun. Yeah, and I got so mad because I was trying to build my Sword Soul deck, and on the Sword Soul account from the selection pack, I got a Royal Finish Albaz, a Fallen of Albaz, but I already had several other Despia accounts, so I'm like, well, shit. Now I have to make, now I have to make Albaz on this account as well because I can't just waste this this Royal Finish Albaz. So now I have another account with Albaz Despia, um, specifically because of the royal finish. That also happened to me with Aliber. I was trying to build Magic Key, and I pulled a Royal Finish Aliber. So then I had to make Despia on that account. Like if only I could just get these Despia and Albaz Royal Finishes on the same account, that would be really helpful. We have caught up to live. We probably did a while ago. I just didn't catch it. This is an interesting state. It definitely does look like True Draco has a bit of advantage in life points, and because JoJo doesn't really have much interact or much disruption at his disposal. But in terms of card advantage, JoJo does have that. One thing that that I've really considered doing at one time is just find a deck and just try to get it like max rarity for almost every card, or like every card that I can get it max rarity. And I've tried that a couple times. Um, with decks where it was really cheap to make and I just have a ton of crafting points or gems left over, I will just keep dismantling and recrafting the same cards in hopes that I get a royal finish of it. Um, doesn't usually go very well though. All right. So this is a pretty tough spot because when JoJo activates a card effect, Neoshock can get one of the True Draco spell or trap cards from their deck, like this, and that can just kind of lead to more advantage. Okay. I do like this matchup so far, or this duel so far, from the True Draco side, because it's not really playing very many that I've seen floodgates. It's more focused on the True Draco cards itself rather than just trying to stop your opponent from playing, which I can respect. I like that. Right, can we get our scales set back up? No, we can't. Hmm. Oh, okay, I see. See, a lot of people forget about Purple Poison's first pendulum effect, where you can have your monster gain 1200 attack. Most people only remember about the destruction effect, they don't remember about the pendulum effect. But I really like that effect. Yeah, I definitely respect that. I I like playing True Dracos, but not Floodgate True Dracos. I like playing a more control centered um, strategy. So like Monarch Stormforth for one, I run at 3 because that allows me to during my opponent's turn, if I use the True Draco traps, I contribute their monsters to summon my own, and I love playing like a more control heavy True Draco as opposed to the Floodgates. Oh yeah, the new Ecclesia, so good. I love it. And the artwork is hilarious too because in the lore of everything, so when Albaz and Ecclesia go to the area with the spring inns and the golden desert, that big snake creature attacks them, and they all work together to kill the Golgonda, the snake creature thing, and that snake's head is what is now on Ecclesia's hammer or her weapon. So that's what that skull is from that big creature that was attacking them and the Springans. I just think it's hilarious that she got a skull from this thing and attached that to her weapon. It is really interesting how simplified the board state is right now. Like, this is really turned into kind of like a beatdown game. Who has the bigger beat sticks. And that's not something that you normally see when one person is playing a pendulum deck. So it's interesting. Yeah, I agree, Brandon. The new Ecclesia makes it possible to play, or makes it more possible to play the Albaz cards without Dogmatica, because you have more reliable ways of getting Albaz onto the field. And it's even better than if you combined it with Dogmatica, because usually if you're using the Dogmatica cards to get Albaz out, you're restricted from being able to summon from the extra deck. The Virtuous Ecclesia or Incredible Ecclesia doesn't have that restriction, so she just allows you to use Albaz so much more. And there's also a new branded spell that I really like too, but I know most other people won't be playing. I forgot what it does, but I know it has two different effects. Not Stigmata. It's another one that's more closely tied to Fallen of Albaz. Um, but from what I remember about it, I really like that effect. Branded in High Spirits. That's what it is. Reveal a monster from your hand and send a level 8 fusion monster from your extra deck to the graveyard with the same type that has 2500 attack or defense. Then apply this effect. So most of the fusions that you play will meet those requirements. You can either discard the revealed monster, and if you do, add Fallen of Albaz from your deck to your hand, or a monster that lists Fallen of Albaz from your deck to your hand, which includes uh, Incredible Ecclesia. So Brandon in High Spirits can search Ecclesia, or during the end phase, if a fusion monster was sent to the graveyard this turn, you can add this card from your graveyard to your hand. So then you can search another Incredible Ecclesia. So I really like that card a lot. But branded in red, I also like a lot. You can just grab, you basically get to fusion summon with one material from your graveyard. Oh, hi Lixie, how are you doing? Now, the only problem with branded in High Spirits is you have to have a matching type in your hand as one of the fusion monsters in your extra deck, uh, which doesn't really synergize very well with the Despias, because all of the main deck Despias are Fairy and the extra deck Despias are Fiend, I believe. Yeah, so, and that's including the new Masquerade Dragon. They're all Fiends. So you can't reveal a Despia for the branded in High Spirits unless you're playing the first Dark Lord. That's a fairy fusion, but I don't think that's level 8, is it? Oh, and it doesn't have 2500 attack. So really, the main way you'll get branded in High Spirits is if you have a dragon monster in your hand. So Albion, Albaz, those will allow you to use branded in High Spirits to search for Incredible Ecclesia. Yeah, gold sarcophagus is actually crazy because you can just banish tragedy from your deck, search a card, and then in 2 turns you get tragedy back to use again, and it builds up quite a bit of advantage. But now that we have branded in red, I actually prefer getting tragedy in my graveyard. So like Foolish Burial, because if I do that, then um, either during my opponent's turn or during my next turn, I can use Branded in Red to get Tragedy out of the graveyard, just to go back to the graveyard to get another search, and just kind of snowballs advantage that way. But yeah, I definitely love Gold Sarcophagus in that deck. One variant that I've really been meaning to play around with is a Thunder Dragon Despia deck, because Thunder Dragon Colossus is a level 8 fusion monster. So with it synergizes with the Despia with Alibur and the field spell. So your opponent has to get through Colossus, which is kind of hard enough on its own. Then you can just bring it back over and over and over again. Yeah, that's true, Brandon. They could call by it if it's in the graveyard. Um, oh, well, I guess you do have ways to get it out of the banish zone as well with the new ad libitum. Um, yeah. And yeah, Lixie, I kind of wish I was playing, but kind of not. Basically, Soul needed someone to help moderate it, so I'm moderating it. But also because of the lower attendance than normal, Soul didn't want to stream it, so I'm like, okay, this is the perfect time for me to debut as a new VTuber. So I figured I might as well stream it. I definitely agree, Jacob. The gold sarcophagus, coming back to your hand after 2 turns, it's really slow, but Albaz and Despia is really good at the grind game and staying alive turn after turn. Basically, because of the field spell Alibert combination and Queritus cutting down your opponent's attack, it's really easy to kind of outgrind your opponent and burn them with Masquerade, and that's kind of how the Albaz Despia deck has kind of evolved too. You outgrind your opponent while burning them, that kind of thing. Yeah, it was weird, Lixie. One of the other mods mentioned the most recent DLE tournament, the one from the other day that Soul just barely missed, also had like half of the participants that they normally have. Um, maybe people are scared of the new cards. I'm not sure. I don't know what it is. Oh, JoJo wins. All right. Yeah, I'm doing good, Juan. How are you doing? And yeah, I'm streaming the event, and this is my VTube debut. Thank you, JoJo. I appreciate that. All right, so looks like they are siding for game two. What do you guys think? Do you guys want to watch game two or switch over to watch a different match? I'll leave that up to you guys. Pen best deck, of course. All right. Oh, this. Oh, that one's already over. Oh, wow. Okay. What are you playing? Damn. Okay, Soul's gonna be happy about that. Let's go. This match is already over, but I really want to see what happened here. So we're gonna go watch the replay. Or not, because the room was disbanded. Oh, that's unfortunate. um, no, I don't want to give away what they were playing. All Alright, so this is game 2 of this match. This is Prago versus Aryan Comment. Prago is Doom Duel, and this is game 2. Prago won the first game. Okay, gotta get caught up here. Yeah, that might. I was thinking about that as well. One is that more prize support would definitely contribute to a higher attendance. Just kind of looking at how many people were involved in the Champions League and the bounty system compared to server sets, and I think it's the presence of that prize support. So I guarantee there's probably a lot of people in the G Tour tournament, especially with a $500 prize pool. Yeah, I saw that, Fear. Your match is the one that I wanted to spectate because I'm a Sword Soul main, so I wanted to see how Sword Soul lost in that matchup. Well, I mean, I can imagine how they might, but I just wanted to see that for myself. But the room was disbanded. Hi, Soul. How are you doing? Okay. Volume, game volume, or microphone volume? Yeah. But yeah, Soul, in the first round, Sky Strikers beat Sword Soul. Alright, let's see what I can do about the microphone audio. Okay, how's that? Do I sound a little louder? Yeah, I agree, Fear. DPE, it's kind of tough because Sword Soul really benefits from Pot of Desires, and Pot of Desires kind of conflicts with DPE. I've played around with both. I kind of have both versions built. A more going first centered version with Pot of Desires, and then a going second, more going second version with DPE. I still can't really tell which version I like more. Is this still turn 1? Did my game freeze or no? Why are megaliths going off this much? Look at all this. Thanks, Yukons. I was really happy with how the avatar turned out. Um, I did make a somewhat last minute change to it. Previously, the outfit was more bland. It was more like just black and white. But I added in the half coloring and all that to kind of match the eyes. So I was pretty happy with that. Oh yeah, DPE in Despia is outstanding, especially because ad libitum can summon DPE from the banish zone, and the field spell and Owlbear can summon it from the graveyard. So DPE is even crazier in Despia because a lot of the weaknesses DPE has are just non-existent in Despia. Most decks playing DPE, if you banish it, it's gone forever. With Despia, no, you're not safe. We're live. Fear, we are live. And yeah, from what I've played so far, Tenyu Sword Soul is more fun. It's not just like better. It's more fun than some of the other versions that I've played. I still want to try out a Yang Xing version. Of course, that won't be very competitively viable whatsoever, but I really like Yang Xing. And I keep meaning to revisit Yang Xing now that we have the Sword Soul Trap Blackout. That trap is phenomenal in Yang Xing because you can destroy your own Yang Xing, destroy two of your opponent's cards, and that Yang Xing will float into more Yang Xings, and it just kind of goes from there. So I've been meaning to revisit Yang Xings, I just haven't really had the chance to. Okay, that makes sense. That's true. I could watch replays, but I feel like that would ruin some of the suspense if I watch a replay. If I watch a replay, I'll know, or we will know, who won. I just kind of like the suspense of not knowing who won until it pops up on screen. Exactly, Brandon. Live is better. More drama. Let's see. It looks like the only other match for this round still left to be finished is Neoshock versus JoJo. They are also still in their game too. Yeah, if Prago doesn't end on like 6 disruptions after this long of a combo, I'm gonna sue. And yeah, that's another thing, Fear. We have Denglong in Master Duel. TCG doesn't have Denglong. Another Sword Soul variant that I'm thinking about is a Zephyra variant of it, because of the Yang Xing Zephyra cards. So a Zephyra Yang Xing Tenyi Sword Soul like pile deck like a 60 card deck, I think that could be wild. Right, all of that for a 3 mat Appaloosa. Oh, the JoJo versus Neoshock match is finished up, and JoJo won the second round, so or the second match rather. So JoJo moves on with his Pendulum deck. So this is the last duel. This is the last matchup that we have left for round one. If Praga wins, we just move on to round two, and Praga moves on. But if Arian wins, then we have a game 3. Oh, Juan, I have been playing around with punks a lot lately. I actually have a variant of punk on this account that I'm on right now. So I'll show you that after this duel. But I've been playing around with punks a lot. Just kind of meshing them with a couple things. So far, one of my favorite variants of it is actually a Romages, because most of the punk, or pretty much all of the punk cards, have some kind of life point based effect, whether it's to pay life points to activate a card or to gain life points, based on an opponent's monster's attack. So putting that in a Romages just made some crazy stuff. And also, the punks are really easy to summon, and most of them are level 3 tuners. So that plus Kananga or plus Jasmine make the Aromage synchros very easily. So it's a really good combination. And yeah, JoJo, it was Appaloosa Pass. Also, congratulations on making it to round 2. What else do I have for punk variants? I'm also in the progress of making an Unchained variant of it. But other than that, I have the one on this account, which I'll show you in a second. But yeah, punks are actually really fun. I do also have a pure punk deck. It's just more fun to mash 2 decks together, in my opinion. Most of the times when I do build a deck, it's usually not pure, because I'm kind of a mad scientist when it comes to deck building. I love trying to like find creative ways to combine 2 different decks. Yeah, Magical Musketeers are really fun. They're somewhere around my top 5 favorite decks. I haven't tried them with Endymion. That does sound pretty crazy. Yeah, I like that. I just wish the Magical Musketeers were spellcasters. They feel like they should be spellcasters, and it upsets me that they are fiends. Like I really wish they were spellcasters because there's so much I'd be able to do with that. I would love to be able to play a spellbook musketeer deck, but since the musketeers aren't spellcaster, it doesn't really synergize very well. Yeah, it is the greatest thing ever when people don't read the musketeers effects. It's so good. So when it comes to checking in, since the round hasn't started yet, you can technically check in now. Um, but if you wait until the next round starts, then it'll give you the 10 minutes to check in before you're disqualified and all of that. Yeah, the problem with cards that change them to spellcasters is that's one less card that you have, that if they were just natively spellcasters, you would have that extra card to actually be useful. All right, Prago moves on to the next round. Alright, so before that round starts, let me show off this deck that I've been playing around with today. That is Live Twin Punk. I actually meant to have another copy of Foxy. I don't know why that's at 2. So with this deck, you can summon. You can still go through the live twin combos with using the home if you need your normal summon on a punk monster, but also with Foxy Tuned and Emergency Teleport. Another card I forgot to add. You can easily go through a bunch of plays with the pugs and the live twins to get even more advantage and all of that. So it's just kind of a fun little thing that I've been playing around with recently. Yeah, so soft key beat Fear. I really wanted to spectate that match, but by the time I really wanted to go back and look at the replays, but by the time I got there, the room had closed. All right, so round 2. Let's see who we can spectate. Oh no, we're still waiting for Prago to report the results. Okay, it doesn't look like they've reported it yet. I'll go ahead then so we can get the next round started. Alright, so you guys can go ahead and start round 2. Nice, Brandon. Every time I go into the fusion event, I always end up like 90% of the time being in a mirror match, which is great because the Despia mirror match is actually really fun. Like there's a lot of interaction between them. I like it. I like the Despia mirror match. And also the Sword Soul mirror match I've realized is also fun. Assuming neither player is like playing any of the lockout cards like Scythe, Protos, just when there's like raw back and forth, the Sword Soul mirror is really fun. It looks like Schmoozy and JoJo still gotta check in. So make sure you both go check in. Soft Key as well. Make sure you guys get checked in so you don't DQ. And Prago, also go ahead and get checked in. You are against Soft Key. Alright. I've been pretty good, JoJo. How are you doing? Alright, so we are spectating Lixie versus Juan. This is probably going to be really hype. So what is my most competitive deck combination? That's a tough one. I mean, speaking like from common deck combinations, it would probably be Tenyi Sword Soul, but that's not anything unique or original or anything at all. Deck combinations that I came up with myself, one of the most powerful, there's a couple. The yeah, the my pile trap deck is definitely up there. That combines Eldritch, Dogmatica, Amazement, all in one, and it's kind of it's a clusterfuck, but it's beautiful. Eldritch Weather Painter is really strong as well. It because both decks kind of cover some of the weaknesses each other have, and there's some great synergy with it. For example, Cloud, the one of the weather painters, when your weather spell or trap is sent to the graveyard, you can set up to 2 weather spell or traps from your graveyard. So if you have that on your field, you can use Eldritch to send one of your weather spells to the graveyard, summon Eldritch, and then Cloud will just place the spell or trap that you just sent back to the field. So it's just a free summon at the cost of absolutely nothing. So there's a lot of synergy between there, but one of my favorites is actually Evil Twin Unchained. Combining the Evil Twin deck and the Unchained deck is really fun because both can reliably destroy cards your opponent controls during each turn. They get a lot of advantage. Both decks float quite a bit. And it's just more. It does more with using your opponent's monsters as resources for your summons. And also, the Evil Twin cards can destroy your own cards, doesn't have to destroy your opponent's. So a lot of the times I'll destroy my own Unchained Trap card instead of destroying an opponent's monster, just so I could summon an Unchained monster from my deck, use their monster as material, that kind of thing. So I'd say those 3 are probably my best deck combinations: Evil Twin Unchained, Weather Painter Eldritch, and Pile Trap. Lixie opened very well in terms of a Tenyu combo, and without much in the way of disruption from Juan. So this will be interesting. Yes, Neoshock. Trap decks are still really good. Even the ones that I play, because Conquistador going to 1 doesn't actually hurt too much. And in the new set, we just got Lord of the Heavenly Prison, which is absolutely insane for the decks, especially the Pile Trap deck. I like the Royal Finish Emergence. That's pretty. Yeah, you did, Lixie. That was a really good hand. Yeah, this card. Lord of the Heavenly Prison. During your main phase, you can activate this effect. This card in your hand becomes revealed until the end of your opponent's turn. While this card is revealed, set cards on the field cannot be destroyed by card effects. Then, if a set spell or trap card is activated, special summon this card from your hand. Then, if this card was revealed when you did that, you can set a spell or trap directly from your deck, but banish it during the end phase of the next turn. So that card alone helps with so much. With the pile deck especially, it offers destruction protection, and you can do that every turn. So every turn you can just re-reveal it to keep your spell or trap cards protected from being destroyed. So Harpy's Feather Duster, Twin Twisters, Lightning Storm, all of those cards are way less of a threat now. And then also being able to just set any spell or trap card from your deck is insane. So we got that in the new secret pack, the one that gave us the Sword Souls. So that's definitely a must-have in trap-reliant decks. Wow, how dare you, Brandon? You're banned. Go away. You dismantled Heavenly Prison. You should be ashamed of yourself. All right, that's fair. I forgot Yu-Gi-Oh players don't read. That's my bad. All right, you're safe. You're safe. Hmm. So when it comes to Heavenly Prison versus Anti-Spell Fragrance, I think it really just depends on what you're playing. If you need your own spell cards, then Heavenly Prison would be better because it won't. Actually, I would say Heavenly Prison is actually better, just period. Because while Anti-Spell Fragrance stops your opponent from activating spells that turn to destroy you, your opponent can get around that in many ways. They can use a monster to destroy your spells, like Nightmare Phoenix, a card that almost everybody has in their extra deck. They could use trap cards to destroy you, quick play spells that they can activate after setting. Those kind of things can all get around Anti-Spell Fragrance. There's not any way to get around Lord of Heavenly Prison unless you specifically attack that card in their hand, like not declare an attack on it, but like activate a card effect to rip Heavenly Prison out of their hand. There's no other way to get around the protection effect. So I'd say Heavenly Prison is definitely much better than Anti-Spell Fragrance. Now, if Anti-Spell Fragrance was searchable, or if either of them were searchable, then that would just seal the deal, and that one would be definitively the best. But seeing as neither of them are searchable, just looking at them objectively, Heavenly Prison is definitely better in terms of spell or trap protection. That's true. anti-spell fragrance will shut down like a pendulum deck, and anti-spell fragrance is more will more shut your opponent down. But if you're playing a trap heavy deck, your deck is already built around shutting down your opponent. So your biggest the biggest thing you need is to protect your own spell or traps. Basically protect your cards that shut down your opponent. Anti-spell fragrance is just another card that shuts down your opponent while offering a little bit of protection. Heavenly Prison offers a lot of protection for your other cards that will shut down your opponent. And yeah, that is a broken board. How are some of the other matchups going? Okay. So it looks like only one matchup has finished game one, and that's Fishgott versus Sir Knight. They're in game two. Everyone else is still in game one. What is this deck? I've seen so many cards, so many different cards in this. Oh. Interesting. So this deck was made to break boards. But Brandon, please think before you type something like that. That context. There we go, Cons. That perfect. Yep. He's got the good sock. Yeah, I do wish they would add alternate artworks in general. Just because there's a lot of like alternate artworks that I just love so much. Like the Stardust Dragon alternate artwork is insane. I also really like the Odd Eyes alternative artwork. Yeah, there's a lot of alternate artwork. The Appaloosa alternate artwork is spicy. The IP Mask artwork, whew, there's a lot. Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell why we don't really know the reason why the attendance for this tournament was so much lower than normal. It could be that it was set up for a Saturday instead of a Thursday, That wouldn't make too much sense because of how many people are working and all of that during the weekdays. So it could be something else. We don't know. So we don't know if we're going back to Thursdays or not yet. Yeah, that field wipe kind of hurts now that Lixie has used their normal summon. If they have Longwan and something to discard in hand, they still have a play. But if no Longwan, then I don't really see there being very much Lixie can do here. Oh, Tenyis. I forgot about them. Oh, I would love full art cards to be in Yu-Gi-Oh! Like that's one of the main reasons why I still play Pokemon on occasion is because they have full art, full artwork cards. I would love that in Yu-Gi-Oh! That's part of the reason why I like Rush Duels so much because Rush Duel cards, like their card layout, is a lot closer to a full art kind of thing. Let's see. Like this. This is what the Rush Duel cards look like. So it's not quite full art, but the picture on it is a lot bigger, and it just looks a lot cooler. So the artwork and the card layout for Rush Duel cards is a really big reason why I enjoy Rush Duels. Yeah, I agree, Brandon. That's another reason why it's kind of hard to tell what caused the attendance to be so low is because the announcement for it and the link and all that was posted a little later than normal. So we're gonna try a couple things. We're gonna try making the announcement a little sooner. Uh, we'll figure some stuff out and how we can improve the attendance going forward. Well, Neoshock, you look kind of clunky to me. True. Reading is not allowed. See, Changing is probably one of my favorite Sword Soul cards. It just counters so many decks. Like so many decks end up having to banish a card or end up getting messed up by their card being banished. There's just a lot of matchups that you don't really expect or think about that Changing just kind of wins. Like obviously right here it forced out the negate, but like versus Sky Strikers, Changing is amazing versus Sky Strikers, especially if they have multi-roll. And that's just one example where multi-roll banishes the spell card when it's activated after you've set it. That card being banished triggers Changing to banish a Sky Striker on the field and Ray in the graveyard at the same time. So Changing is, if I'm ever playing against Sky Strikers with Sword Soul, I'll usually summon Changing over Baron. Alright, so yeah, Juan broke that board and brought home the victory there. So that's game 1 done. Let's switch over to watch another duel here. Good game, both of you. All right. So this one will be interesting. We have Prago versus Softkey. And this is their game 1. See, now that we're watching a little bit ahead, we can kind of fast forward through the megalith stuff. I think one reason why Sword Soul isn't so competitive right now is because of Max C, and that's part of why it was so overhyped, because in the TCG, Max C is banned, so Sword Soul never had to deal with the threat of Max C, but in Master Duel, pretty much Max C is a staple in almost every deck. Like, if you're dueling on the ladder or in a tournament, like every duel, you're going to get hit with a Max C. So, Sword Soul is generally able to play through other hand traps decently, but Max C, it can't really play through as well. So you have to play a lot of counters to Max C, like Cross Out, Ash Blossom. You have to play more of those kind of cards than normal, and that causes it to break a bit more. So in TCG, where Sword Soul could just play the Sword Soul cards, not have to worry too much about countering Max C, they were more consistent, and that consistency allowed them to play through other hand traps. But Max C is one that you just have to counter, so you have to add those counters that can kind of brick. So I think Max C is a big reason why Sword Soul itself is weaker in Master Duel than it was in the TCG. And some people can make the argument, Maxi makes every deck weaker, or every deck, it affects every deck. I'm saying it affects Sword Soul a little differently because Sword Soul can play through all the other hand traps, but not Maxi. Other decks would have to add those counters like Cross Out, Called by the Grave. They have to add those counters for a bunch of hand traps, not specifically for Max C, but Sword Soul kind of has to counter Max C. They can't afford, playing through it or that kind of thing. I know my reasoning there got a little jumbled, so I hope that makes sense. I'm really good, Taxel. How are you? And thank you. That's good to hear, Taxel. Yep. So all the other matches are in Game 2 now. This is the only one still in Game 1. Which, of course it is, because Megalith's combos are pretty long. Honestly, this is probably going to be a really grindy matchup anyways. Sky Striker matches tend to last a long time. Megalith matches clearly last a long time. So both of them together is an interesting time. We might switch over and spectate a different duel. Yeah, because there's still 3 people that we have not spectated yet, and two of them are going against each other. So we'll go ahead and switch over and watch their match. And that is Sir Knight versus Fishgod. So I haven't spectated either of them yet. Let's see what they're cooking with. Huh? Is this Rongo Miniad? I think it is. Time everyone. Okay, cool. I respect the lack of a Rongo on the field. Yeah, okay. No, I'm happy. I'm happy now. Okay. Versus a Floral Knight deck. Also, this is game 3, by the way. Both players have won a duel, so this game here will determine who moves on to the next round, which is the semifinals. Oops. Screen resolution's getting messed up a little bit. 1 second. Okay, we're good. Yeah, I haven't ever played Phantom Knights or Adamancipator. Well, I've played Adamancipator a little bit when they first came out, but got pretty bored of them pretty quickly. If I had to choose between the three, I would have gone with True Draco as well. And that's game 3. Fishgot wins and moves on to the semifinals. Congratulations. So he will be going against either Softkey or Prago, whoever wins their duels. And they're still not even done with their first game. Alright, so there's one more person left that we have not spectated yet, and they are going against JoJo. So let's go watch that. And this is game 2. Always the droll. There were 12 people. 12 people in the tournament. Ooh, I like the Royal Finish Artemis. Okay. So going through some invoked plays, we don't know yet what, if anything, it's meshed with. I actually really like Wendy's. Their Baconator is fire. I don't like their fries, though. Wendy's fries, not really my thing. McDonald's fries are where it's at. But yeah, in general, I do like Wendy's quite a bit. Therion, I think, still has a ways to go. What set was that in? Dimension Force. So yeah, that'll be the next big set that comes out. From Wendy's, I usually get the Baconator because I love bacon cheeseburgers. They're delicious, which is weird because I'm not really a fan of bacon on its own. Excuse me. I know it's a sin against humanity, but I'm not a big fan of bacon. But when you put bacon on a cheeseburger, it hits different. It hits different. Okay, so Therions, they come out into Dimension Force, which I believe is the set after Burst of Destiny, which is where we just got support from. So the next batch of cards that we get will introduce the rest of the Burst of Destiny cards. So that's when we'll get the Adventure Engine. We'll get the Flunderies, and some other cards like we'll finally get the Evil Twin Link Monster. So that's the next batch of cards that we get. After that, we'll start to get some of the Dimension Force cards, which include the Therions, the new Dreamier support, and most importantly, the new Weather Painter field spell. I cannot wait until we get that. It's so good. So the Weather Painter field spell says when this card is activated, you can place a weather spell or trap card from your deck to your spell trap zone. Already amazing. Then it says if you would link summon a Weather Painter Link monster, you can use the weather spell or trap cards in your spell trap zone as material for the link summon. So you can link summon using your spell and trap cards. It's insane. And then it has another effect. It also has the effect where once per turn you can normal summon a Weather Painter monster in addition to your normal summon or set for that turn. So it fixes every issue that Weather Painters currently have, and that is starting field presence and their inability to link summon. Their starting field presence isn't very good because you can only summon one monster, and then that's all you have to get you to your next turn. So it has a snowball effect, but it's really slow at first. But with the field spell, you can immediately get two monsters on the field to basically double the snowball effect straight from the start. And on top of that, you can link summon easier. And the link monsters are really good. They do have another link monster as well, but it's not as good as the field spell is for the deck. But their link monster is really good. It's just super hard to summon in the deck. But now it's not so hard. So the field spell, I'm so excited for that. Hi Adam, how are you doing today? And yeah, JoJo has set up a pretty spicy board here. So what's actually cool, I didn't really think about that. DPE and Pendulums is really cool because you can destroy Purple Poison Magician to destroy 2 cards your opponent controls instead of the one that DPE normally does. So I do like that interaction. Ooh. Does Schmoosey have their toggle on? Is toggle on? It is. Okay. But Board load probably has a negate. I haven't caught if... Okay, it does get negated. Okay. Right? That's what I'm saying. Like, Weather Painters being able to link summon with their spell of traps is insane. I am having a great day so far. I hope you do too as well, Adam. And yeah, the Weather Painter Link monster turns all of the Weather Painters into an Omni Negate. That's why it's so powerful, but it's just hard to summon because you need 3 Weather Painters to summon it, and getting 3 Weather Painters on the field at one time is tough. And on top of that, you usually want to use those Weather Painters as material for your spell trap effects and all that. So it's hard to get the League monster on the field and set up, but the field spell fixes that immediately. Like, you don't even have to use a single monster to summon the Weather Painter Link monster anymore. You can use all spell and traps and just Omni Negate. Alright, and JoJo takes this game, it looks like. Alright, great game, both of you. And that was game 2. Schmoozy won the first game, so now they are going into game 3. Yeah, I'm so happy that we got the new Despia support before the Fusion Festival. It's a lot of fun. Oh, I think... Okay, they already started game 3. Oh, that's a big mill. Oh, that's a lot. That hurts, though, milling your Celestial. I would imagine that if you're playing that grass and DPE, you'd probably play multiple copies of the DPE cards, right? Yeah, I agree, Adam. That's a problem that all of the special events have had so far, with the exception of the NR and Rare Festival, of course. It's that you can still play decks that don't use any summoning or any extra deck in the Fusion Festival. So, like, if I wanted to go into the Fusion Festival with Weather Painters, I could, and just not play the Link monsters, which I don't really play anyways. Um, so. So that's definitely a big flaw, and it's really hard to fix. You know, like I at least you're locked out of summoning the other kinds of extra deck cards. It's just really hard to stop you from. It's hard to force someone to use the extra deck. I always thought like a cool ruling would be you're not allowed to win this duel, or you're not allowed to attack for game unless you have summoned X type of monster at least one time during this duel. So like for the Fusion Festival, you're not allowed to attack or you're not allowed to do any action that would result in winning the game unless you have summoned a fusion monster at least one time this duel. Something like that, I think, would really help. Would really help push actually using the summoning mechanic in that mechanics festival. Winda is tough. Maybe. Can only summon monsters once per turn. Oh, that helps. Dark Ruler definitely helps get around Winda. But I was gonna say, Winda only stops summons, not monster summons. So, a pendulum summon, if you have the capability to pendulum summon 5 cards from your hand, you can still do that under Winda because it only restricts the amount of summons, not the amount of monsters summoned. Oh yeah, rivalry of the warlords really does stop kaiju's. Um, that's really a card that I should consider adding to one of my pile trap or to my pile trap deck, or one of those related cards like there can only be one, rivalry of the warlords, or Gozen match. I could see those being pretty good. Yeah, I agree. If we get good loners, the synchro deck, the synchro festival, the loner decks were actually pretty good. Um, they did a pretty good job with that. For this event, they're mm, the Destiny Hero loner deck has DPE in it, which is great. I just wish instead of Fluffles, they had Despia as one of the loner decks. The other two are fine. Predaplants makes sense as a loner deck. The Destiny Hero makes sense for a fusion loner deck. The other one definitely should have been Despia. So yeah, I feel like Konami is still trying to find the balance between the loner decks. I feel like the Xyz Festival, the loner decks were ass. Then in the Synchro Festival, they made them, they, in their opinion, they made them too powerful. So then they're toning it back for the Fusion event, but they toned it back too much. So I think they're still just trying to kind of find a balance here. I don't think they're going to have the same loner decks each time the festival comes back. So like if we get another Xyz Festival, I don't think we're going to get the same 3 loner decks that we did in the first Xyz Festival. I think it's going to be a new set of 3 decks, one that's more balanced based on the experience of the past. Yeah, Goat Format Festival, I could reasonably see them doing that, especially if they did something like the NR Rare Festival, and one of the leaks was a classical festival. We don't know what that is or anything like that. It was just one of the leaks that came out when the game came out. So if they have stuff like that, I could easily see festivals like Goat Format, Highlander Format, things like that. Yeah, I would love to see a Pendulum Festival under Master Rule 4. That would be, or no, sorry, Master Rule 3. Yeah. Pendulum format under Master Rule 3 would be amazing. Master Rule 3 was before links, so that's where pendulum monsters did not have to abide by the link zones or extra monster zones. Pendulum monsters summoned from the extra deck, you could summon as many as you want to whatever zones you have free. Didn't have to worry about summoning one to a link zone or to an extra monster zone, anything like that. I like chaos, so that's why I think that would be really fun. But speaking of links, I think links are coming to Duel Links here pretty soon, like in another couple months, maybe. I don't know if they would add another world in between, or in like a filler world first, but Vrains is the next world to come to Duel Links. I haven't played Duel Links in a while. I don't know why I was just thinking about that, but oh yeah, have a great day at work, Brandon. Thank you so much for jumping in and watching. It was great talking to you, and yeah, thank you for all your support. Have a great day. All right. So another match is finished. Lixie beat Juan. So whoever wins this duel versus JoJo and Schmoozy will go against Lixie in the finals, and then whoever wins between Softkey and Prago will go against Fishgot in the semifinals. And it looks like Softkey won game one in that matchup, so they're in game two right now, but they are getting pretty close to time. They have about 11 minutes left before time is called for them, and they're only on game two. For this duel, they have 5 minutes until game is called, but this is game three. Yeah, that's definitely true, Adam. I didn't really think about that. The fact that why would they give a card an animation if they were planning on banning it? So, yeah, it's probably here to stay for a while. Does Skill Drain have an animation? I just thought about that. I don't know if Skill Drain. Yeah, I don't know if that has an animation or not. I don't remember. I don't think it does, but that could have been changed in the recent update. It just feels like if they gave an animation to Imperial Order, I feel like they would also give one to Skill Drain. Alright, they have about 3 minutes left till time is called, and at the end of the turn, when time is called, whoever has the lowest amount of life points will lose. So, JoJo has to make a bit of a life point comeback. Yeah, I agree. Verte, I do feel like Verte has a reasonable chance of being banned. And honestly, I wouldn't mind that. I really don't. I don't really use Verte in fusion decks like Despia. I don't play Verte in Despia. Um, really, the only times I play Verte and the only times most people play Verte is just for DPE. So I feel like banning Verte, at least for me, wouldn't really change anything. Mods ban fused. Ban. Oh wait, I don't have any mods. Shit. No time stall. Nah, I won't ban you. Honestly, I don't really know enough about Phantom Knights to know any reasoning behind semi-limiting torn scales. Um, I don't even know what torn scales does, to be honest. I haven't read that. The only Phantom Knight cards that I know are gloves, boots, cloak, and the trap sword, the break sword. No, that's the Xyz monster. Fogblade. Fogblade. That's the one. Those are the only Phantom Knight cards that I know. That's just because I used to play them in... What deck was it? I don't remember what deck I used to play them in. But I played them as an engine for something. But torn scales I never used. And time has been called. So at the end of this turn, whoever has the most life points wins. Excuse me. Oh, and Sofkey won both games versus Prago. Cool. So all we're waiting on is for this round. Or this turn, rather. This turn to end, and then we move on. His turn, JoJo. So, yeah, unfortunately, you do lose to time. That sucks. But on the bright side, JoJo, you made it further in this tournament than I did. And Fear. Fear got knocked out in round one. Alright, great game to both of you. And I'll go ahead and report it just so we can get on with the next round. Alright, so we have in the semifinals Lixie versus Schmoosey and Fishgot versus Softkey. It looks like Fishgot still has to check in, and they have checked in, so they are ready to begin. Oh. Okay, Softkey still has to check in. So Softkey, make sure you check in to your room. That way you can get started with the semifinals. Alright, and they are both checked in. So, on the other table, just waiting for Lixie to check in. Okay. Yes, please like the video if you're enjoying it so far. Thank you, JoJo. And while we wait for the next round to get started, actually, I'll wait until we have a room to jump into. Lixie, still needs you to check in for the semifinals duel. Hey Jojo, can you make an announcement in the Discord that the semifinals round has begun? Oh, okay. Never mind. Lixie's here. Your Wi-Fi is bugging. No problem. You still have time to check in. You still have. Oh, and you're in. We're good. All right. And we have a dual room to enter now. All right, Fishgot versus Softkey. I just realized I revealed the room code to you guys, but it's okay. There's not very many people here. It's all good. But I will want an announcement made when the finals start, just so people can watch the finals if they want it, that kind of thing. But while I have this playing, I will be right back. Alright, I am back. Apologies for that. Welcome, Lost Ronin. Yep, I'm streaming the server sets today. You gotta go to work. Yeah, no problem. Have a great day at work. Oh, does someone's game crash? I'd say DPE. I think DPE is better than Appaloosa. Appaloosa because DPE doesn't have to sacrifice attack points to use its effect. Appaloosa does. And then on top of that, Appaloosa can only deal with monsters. DPE can deal with monsters or spells and traps. I don't know. They're meant to do different things, so it's not too fair to compare them. But I would say like, just generally, DPE is more useful and versatile than Appaloosa is. Yeah, that's another thing. It does depend on how many materials Appaloosa has. 3 mats. Yeah, I'd say it depends. They're meant to do different things, so I don't think it's too fair of a comparison. Oh, here's an interesting topic. Do you guys think DPE would be better or worse if its self destruction effect, where it destroyed a card on your field, was a cost? Because right now it's not a cost. You just at the same time destroy a card on both fields. But if destroying the card on your side of the field was a cost, would it be better or worse? So, Adam, why do you think it would be worse if that was the case? Oh, Neoshock. So in that case, it just kind of depends more on the matchup of what you're going against. It just kind of depends on the matchup because if you're going against like a really monster heavy deck, then Appaloosa would be the best one. But going against a deck that you don't really have to negate, but that plays a lot of spell or traps, then I would go with DPE. Jojo, I was just kidding. I don't need anyone banned. um, Yeah, so I can see an argument to both cases. Also, great game. Looks like Fish got the win there. So I could see a case for either way, with DPE's destruction being a cost. On one hand, it would suck a bit more for it to be negated because you would go -2, you would go -2 rather than -1. Um, but on the other hand, if DPE's destruction effect was a cost, you would be able to dodge cards like skill drain, cards that that negate the effects of face-up cards, because DPE could destroy himself for a cost to get him off the field, then destroy an opponent's card, and the resolution of the effect wouldn't be negated. On top of that, you would still be able to destroy one of your own cards, even if DPE is negated. So, like JoJo brought up, decks like Unchained would really like that. So I could see an argument either way. That's why I wanted to get your opinions on it, just to see where everyone stands with it. Right. DPE can be stopped by any quick effect right now, any kind of monster negation right now. But if it was a cost, it would allow it to dodge a lot more. All right. So before we jump in, let's see. So that was game one. Fish got one. So we'll go ahead and jump on into game two. Sorry, my camera was spazzing out there for a second. Okay. I will have to be right back one more time. Hopefully. Alright, I am back. What did I miss? I see there's a Nibiru on board. Yeah, I agree, Adam. Rongo is the issue. I don't think Phantom Knight should be punished for Rongo's sins. And that's how I feel about a lot of decks which like utilize like how do I say it? I don't feel like a deck should be punished just because it's being used to do something degenerate or just because there's a specific card that's I don't know, it's kind of hard to explain exactly where I'm going with this, but what I basically said what I'm trying to say. I don't think Phantom Knight should be punished just because Rongo exists. I think Rongo should be punished because Rongo exists. Similar thing with Verte. Like if Verte was banned, that would be fine because it's really the degenerate one. You know, I think. Yeah, yeah. There right now, there's no other Phantom Knight decks going around aside from Rongominiad. Well, except for in this case. In this case, Fishgot's not playing Rongo or anything like that. So, in those kind of decks, Phantom Knights are fine. They're great. They're fun. It's when Rongo is involved that it's a little degenerate. It's like the other match, Lixie versus Schmoosey, are still in game one. We might go take a look at them real quick. Just because it doesn't look like this duel is going to be over for a while. Yeah, sorry, my dog was being annoying. I had to let him out really quick. We'll let them outside. Alright. Alright, let's see what's going on here. um, that's a very good question. I have three dogs. Well, we have three dogs, me and my family. But I only know the age of one of them because she's actually like mine. The other two are like the family dogs. Um, One, the oldest one. He is a Boxweiler mix, so mix between a boxer and a Rottweiler. Um, he's pretty old. Not super old, but he's the oldest one. Then we have, his name is Chewy. Then we have Ahsoka, who is a Black Labrador. She's like around 2 years old, somewhere around there in human years. And then my dog her name is Kyrie. She is a Siberian Husky, and she is 1 year and 3 months old. All things considered, not one of the best boards for Sword Soul. But assuming one of these is the Trap Blackout, then it's pretty good. Yep, so Chi Shao search for Blackout. So we got Blackout. Yeah, Kyrie, she is the biggest drama queen ever. Like, she is so extra. Sorry, I didn't realize I forgot to move the microphone closer, so you probably couldn't really hear me very well that whole time. But yeah, Kyrie, she's such a diva. This is tough. One of Oh, okay. Yeah, one of the main ways to get around Winda for 10 or for Sword Soul would be with Vishuda, which just so happens to be banished right now. So this is a really tough spot for Sword Soul with the Winda. Because we have Snow, which can Book of Moon one of the monsters. They can get rid of the monsters, token, all of that. I really don't think Sword Soul can really get around Winda unless they already have a Vishuda set up in the graveyard. But we'll see. Okay, there's one Vishuda. Oh, there it is. Perfect. I forgot Vishuda can also activate in the hand as well, so that worked perfectly. So Vishuda, if you control a non-effect monster, you can banish it from your hand or graveyard to bounce a card your opponent controls. So through that, let's see. So he hard drew the Vishuda off of Pot of Desires, which was lucky as hell, and then he was able to summon Moye, reveal Vishuda to summon the token. Since the token is a non-effect monster, you can banish Vishuda from the hand, bounce the Winda, and then go into a synchro summon. I love this card. This card gets slept on a lot. Draco Berserker of the Tenyi, it's one of my favorite synchro monsters. I'm not too big of a fan of the art, kind of the half dragon, half humanoid kind of. It just kind of looks a little gross. Normally, I like, half dragon, half human, like humanoid dragon kind of things, but this one, it just kind of looks a little too grotesque. But in terms of card design and what it does, I really like it a lot. That's not a good idea. I would not have attacked. Well, actually, no, because you can. So with Fairy Tale Snow, its effect to summon from the graveyard is a quick effect. So after destroying it, it can banish cards from the graveyard, summon itself to Book of Moon Draco Berserker, but Draco Berserker can activate its effect to banish it, but it's already done so. Okay, going to Monk of the Tenyi, which will allow Ashuna to activate in the graveyard. Yeah, and that's another thing. Fairy Tale Snow is not a quick effect. This card is actually banned in the TCG along with That Grass Looks Greener, and that's thanks in part to Lightsworn. So yay! But in Master Duel, Snow is unlimited. That Grass is unlimited. So I just haven't really been able to focus on Lightsworn too much in Master Duel because oh yeah, Snow did come back to 1. Grass is still banned though. I haven't really had the energy to really focus on Lightsworn very much in Master Duel just because I'm not a big fan of long drawn out combos. And that's really the only way Lightsworns can succeed in Master Duel is with a longer, negate spammy combo. And that's just not really my preferred play style. Had a bit of lag there. Had a bit of a lag spike. Are we still good? We good? Is it super laggy for you guys? Or are we still good? Okay. So the lag is just on my end, which is not ideal. I could close. Yeah, I just need to close a couple things. I've been playing around with Punk quite a bit so far. It's fun. I'm really enjoying it, both as an engine and as its own thing. Okay, and then we will close that. Okay, and should be much smoother now. Closed out of a couple things. Yeah, punks can't really stand up on their own very well yet. I know there's more support that they have that just aren't in. It's just not in Master Duel yet. I don't know what they do because I haven't read them because they're not in Master Duel, but I'm sure they get a little better from that. And I just like what punks can do, and like what I just like what they do. I just wish they did a little bit more of it. Wow, that is one of the best top decks you could get. Wow. Okay. The Incredible Ecclesia top deck. Fantastic. I actually don't ever use punks for Hulk. Um, Whenever I use the punk engine, I actually use it for either the trap card, being able to search for the trap card, which is basically a searchable impermanence, or I actually use them to go into their in archetype synchro monster during the opponent's turn, to just bounce several cards back to my opponent's hand during their turn. Um, oh, yeah, Baxia is amazing. But yeah, I actually normally use punks for their in archetype cards like the searchable imperm, the synchro monster, that kind of thing. I don't ever use them for the Hulk engine, believe it or not. Sorry about that. But other than that, I also use them with archetypes that do actually like fit with them pretty well. Like I mentioned, aromages work beautifully with punks because punks sacrifice life points for their card effects, and a couple of the aromage cards need you to have less life points than your opponent, like Humid Winds. You just gain 500 life points if your life points are lower than your opponent's, so that helps. The searchable imperm increases your life points when you negate a monster's effect, so that triggers all of your Romage cards. Romages have a couple synchro monsters that are really easy to summon with the punk cards. So it's yeah. Punks with aromas are actually really fun. I've been having a lot of success with it. Yeah, that Ecclesia was a really spicy top deck. And how's the other match going? Okay. So for this is still game one of this matchup. The other one, Fish Got versus Soft Key. Fish Got won game one. They are currently in game two. And this matchup, like I said, still game one. So it could be either player's game. You know, life points don't matter until the very last one. And thank you, Jojo. I appreciate that. How to counter Sky Strikers. Spells are everything. So, stopping their spells any way you can. So, like, usually cards like Anti-spell fragrance will help a lot with versus them. Imperial Order. Um, Secret Village of the Spellcasters, if you're playing a spellcaster deck, is hilarious versus Sky Strikers. But usually, because most Sky Striker players will play one copy of Pankratops specifically to deal with those floodgates that stop spells. So, other than that, some ways you can stop them: get rid of their rays. It's kind of like Eldritch, how it relies heavily on the Golden Lord. That's kind of how Sky Strikers are with Ray. So if you can hit Ray with a Called by the Grave, or just any way you can banish Ray to get her out of play, and keep her out of play, will really help a lot. But that's mainly what I can think of. And welcome, Frost Dracony. How are you doing today? Actually, since today, I am a VTuber. Starting today, this is my debut. Welcome. I'm glad you could be here for it. Ooh, what was that card? Oh my, 28 cards banished? Chen Ying would be huge if you could summon Chen Ying. Hold on, how much attack would that be? I need to do some math. So that's 28 plus 21. So Chen Ying would gain 4,900 attack, and all of your opponent's monsters would lose 4,900 attack if he was on the field. that's that's hilarious. That's tough, Jojo. Honestly, I honestly can't really say because I was actually born in 2000. I'm 22 right now, so yeah, I was born in 2000. Um, the so I kind of grew up with 2000s music, but that being said, my the most memorable parts of my life. So like the part, oh yeah, there's the big ass Chen Ying, big ass Chen Ying, love it. So the parts of my life that I actually remember, because obviously I don't really remember my childhood very much. The parts of my life that I do remember has modern music. So since that's what I remember most, I'm more inclined to say I like modern music more. but I don't like mainstream music in general. So like, and face reveal. This is technically a face reveal as well. um, so good game, both of you. That was hype. Um, what was I saying? I don't like mainstream music very much. I listen to my music tastes are interesting. If I were to describe my taste in music, picture a never-ending breakup, but without actually being in any relationship. That's that's my music. I know that makes absolutely no sense whatsoever, and I accept that. All right, so Fishgot and Soft Key have both won one duel each. So they are starting their third game. Lixie and Schmoozy are about to start their second game, so we'll go ahead and jump back over to the other one. There we go. All right, so this is the third duel between these two. So whoever wins this one moves on to the finals. Yeah, Drake and I normally do hide the room code, but at this point, it's not really worth it. There's only 7 people watching the stream, so even if all 7 people tried to join the room, it wouldn't really affect much. Yeah, my music tastes are generally all over the place. Like, I'll listen to anything. Not a big fan of mainstream, of course. Like, most songs that play on the radio, I don't really like. Um, but I definitely have a preferred genre, which is more like I don't want to say depressing music, but more just sad shit, like that kind of thing. And it's not. I don't listen to it because I'm sad or anything. It's weird. Like, I don't know. I don't know how to explain it, but I just like listening to, sadder music. Like I said, it's like I'm constantly going through a breakup, but while not being in a relationship or not having been in a relationship in a while, that kind of thing. It's weird. I'm weird. Yeah, yeah, music that makes you think a lot, or like that's super relatable to certain things that I've been through, that kind of thing. Yeah. Oh no, I am weird as hell, and I am proud of it. So this match has about 13, no, 12 minutes till time, which is fine because this is game three, anyways. Man, that's the second time. It, is that the. Are we watching a replay? Hold on. Are we watching a replay or are we watching a live duel? Because I swear, last time I had to go for a second. I came back and there was a Nibiru on Softkeys field and a 3400, 2800 token on Fishgots field. Am I tripping? It's alright, Schmoozy. If you lose, you got a game three. So don't put pressure on yourself. Pressure will make you misplay more. From personal experience, some people perform better under pressure. So all right. Oh, My Immortal. Oh, that's such a good song. I fucking love that song. Like, you'll never catch me singing in front of people, but like if I'm taking a shower and I'm listening to that song, I will sing my ass off to that song. I love that. Yeah, Draconi. We do have a weird dynamic. He's a lot more energized than me. Sometimes I feel like I wish I was more energized, um, but I feel like a more chill, relaxed kind of thing. It's I think it suits me a bit more and my voice. I've been told by a lot of people that I have a really soothing, calming voice. So I feel like the more calm atmosphere will kind of play into that a little more. Yeah, thank you so much for watching, Juan. You have a great rest of your day. Thank you so much for all of your support. And while we're on the subject of music, have any of you gone to look at the song that I made? I think it's still up on YouTube. Let me check. Also, holy shit, I'm at 290 subscribers. I didn't even know that. I am almost at 300 subscribers. I do not deserve that. All right. All right. Let me know if you guys can hear this. Caught up in a downpour, falling hit the ground floor. Aim for happiness, but then I hit the ground more. Now here I am so sore. My heart can trust no more. My heart's been broke before. Cool. Picking up my broken pieces is becoming an overbearing chore. I keep picking them up, though I don't know what for. I will just carry on, just grab another cup and drown more with each pour. I've accepted this life, I've accepted that right, I've accepted this gray, and my days are still nights. Up until that one day when I looked in your eyes and I saw my sunrise, it had me paralyzed. Then I saw your smile, then I heard your laugh. It took every part of me just to not collapse. I realized all the maps that led me to this path. Through all my broken scraps, all my mind's deadly traps. Saw color once again, now burned into my brain. My pain began to fade and my walls began to cave. So here my heart I lay to do with what you made, and I will always stay. So if you need a rainbow, I'll be there for you. When you're feeling blue, no matter what you do, no matter what you've said. When you're seeing red or when you feel upset, you can take it out on me until you're feeling green. When you are away, my whole world seems so gray. Yeah, you lighten up my day, 'cause you are my sun ray. Now I can see the rainbow, cannot see the rain though. Can I feel the pain, love? I hope you feel the same, dove. I can see the rainbow, I'll take you through the rain. So promise me you'll stay, dove. I'll take away your pain, love. Pain, love, pain, love. Have a great day, Taxel. Thank you so much for dropping in and watching, and thank you for all of your support. 1 second, gotta get the audio settings back in. But yeah, that's a song that I made. I wrote the song, I recorded it, I made the lyric video. So all of um, the video effects that were on that little mini screen there, I did all of that. Um, and yeah, it was really fun. I'm pretty happy with how it turned out. It's actually still on my channel. It's one of the first videos that I have on there that are public, but here's the link to it as well. Great game, both of you. Looks like Fish got that. Fish got that. And then Lixie actually won both games versus Schmoozy. And let's see. And I think that was game 3 of Fishgot versus Softkey. So I think we have our finalists. Lixie versus Fishgot, I believe. I might be wrong, but yes, the Nakama Choir. The Silent Song. It's my favorite song. No, I don't think that video is going to get very many views. It's the song. It has 72 views. Compare that to my most popular video, which I believe is about Phantasm Spirals. Yeah, my Phantasm Spiral video, it's actually kind of tied with Cubics. Both of them have 10K views, which is insane. Wow. Huh. Maybe I should do YouTube more. All right. So, yep. We have our finalists, Lixie versus Fishgot. Jojo, would you be able to make an announcement post in Discord just saying that the finals are starting and who the finalists are? Perfect. I don't remember if server sets comes with a role or not. I I know that the champion series does. The server set might get a role for elite duelist. I think so. And then yeah, Soul will usually do an interview with the winner, have them go over their deck and explain it and all that. Yep, deck list breakdown, interview with Soul, and then maybe a roll. But don't quote me on that. All right. So we're just waiting on Lixie to check in. Lixie just checked in, and then also waiting for Fishgot to check in. Quoting this on my VTubers live. Yep. Fish got everything okay? Are you able to get checked in? You still have 8 minutes 30 seconds to check in. Just oh, I actually made the model myself. It's loosely based off of the profile picture that I have, which I actually drew myself as well. I just really like the dichromatic eye thing, with one side being more reddish and the other side being more bluish. I've just always liked that. My favorite color is purple, followed by blue and red, and I just love how those colors kind of combine with each other in different ways to make each other, if that makes sense. And I just love the dichromatic eye effect, and it also ties into the book that I've been writing, where the main character Seluxus, he has the power to sense and manipulate emotions and feelings in other people, and when he does that, one of his eyes glows a color according to the emotion. So, like, if he's like, say, someone feels intense hatred or anger towards him, he can remove that emotion from them, and when he does so, that eye turns red. Red for anger, that kind of thing. So, one of his eyes is like always the same color, but the other one is always changing based on his emotions and what he's doing with his powers. So that's kind of where I got that idea from, and I just kind of ran with it. I love the bluish purple and then the reddish purple eyes, so I went with that, and then I did the outfit to be split in half the same way but the reversed. Yeah, I do a little bit of everything. That's kind of my thing. It's thanks in part to my to me having ADHD, where I move from one thing to the other like very often. So I do have a lot of different, you know, passions, hobbies, all of that. There's set things that I always come back to, like Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm always coming back to Yu-Gi-Oh! Drawing, art, video games, things like that. Always coming back to certain things, but for the most part, I'm constantly shifting what I do. Welcome, Kanike. How are you doing today? I hope I pronounced that right. I probably didn't, but either way, welcome, and how are you? Alright, so we have the final match here, Lixie versus Fishgot. Draconi, if you're telling me that you dismantled Moye, I'm banning you. I will time you out right now if you tell me that you dismantled Moye. Thank you, Jojo. I should do that. I have not drank very much water today. That's one thing that I do have in common with Soul. Actually, I'm more into Aerith than Yuna. Aerith is top tier waifu. I love Aerith. Okay, good. You're safe for now, Drake Honey. You don't have to get banned yet. Hmm. Yeah, I do wish worms weren't a thing, and I wish every card that is a worm was a dragon instead. I I would just prefer that. But I mean, it makes sense why they differentiate it, but still, I like dragons more. But my love for dragons makes it slightly more painful to enjoy a worm deck because I'm like, no, you were so close to being a dragon. So close. Oh, okay. I need to add Psychic Tracker to my Punk deck. That feels really good. Yeah, Sword Souls, it's really fun to play. It's so much more fun to play than I was expecting it to be. I like it a lot. I really like Blackout as a card. Me being someone, me being someone who enjoys control and destruction effects way more than negate spam. I love the trap Blackout. It's so fun. Yeah, Moye is definitely a girl. She's wearing a mask that's kind of like moved up a little bit. This is her face right here. Let's see if I can. I can't change the quality mid duel, but yeah, Draconi, if I ever find out that you dismantled Moye, immediate ban permanently from my channel and from Soul's channel. I'm a mod there too. I will time you out constantly if you dismantle. Oh wait, you're a mod too. Wait, no, I'm tripping. I'm confused. Point is, don't dismantle Moye, or you will be sent to the Shadow Realm forever. Yes, Brandon, this is the finals. This is game one, right? Yeah, game one, Lixie versus Fishgot. Phantom Knights, non Rongo Phantom Knights, versus uh, Sword Sultani. That's a good point. There we go. Poll made. Who wins? Who's going to win game 1? We'll do a poll also for game 2 and game 3 if there is one. Oops, my finger slipped. All right, great game. Lixie takes game 1. All right. So now they can side and go into game 2. All right, I'm just kidding, JoJo. I'll mod you back. I can't help it if my finger slips on the unmod button or on the ban Frosty button because they dismantled Moye. All right. All right, so we have a new poll up. Who wins game 2? That's pretty much what happened, Drakeny. Dang, you guys are voting Lixie again? I don't know. What if they cited in some spicy text against he don't support Fit, but he's not playing Rongo. Like he literally doesn't he he has not summoned Rongo at all. Yeah, the Sword Soul art is fire. Um, but my probably my favorite part about the Sword Soul, like artwork wise, is how it ties into the Despia, or not this, the Albaz lore. Albaz is essentially now what World Legacy was when that whole arc was going on. You know what's funny about that, JoJo? I also practice card magic, like sleight of hand and all that. And that actually took up a large part of my life in high school, performing magic and stuff, and like winning talent shows and stuff like that. And I actually used to have a couple videos on YouTube of me performing magic, but the quality is just not there. It's not there. The beginning after the end. What's it about? Ooh, the artwork looks spicy. Oh, there's a lot. But that might be a good thing. Oh, I like that. Okay, all right, yeah. Whether you win or lose, Lixie, I'm gonna read the the beginning at, or the yeah, the beginning after the end. I'm gonna read that. And yeah, Drakeny, Sword Soul is in the world, or not the world, the Despia Albaz lore. In fact, one of them, the first one that we got actually, the Iris Sword Soul, this is Fleur de Lis. Like Dogmatica Fleur de Lis. Her. This is the Iris Sword Soul. Um, this armor is actually Queritus. Hey, this is Fleur de Lis' armor. So, in the lore for the Albaz stuff, the Despia start to take over. Well, basically, the Despia was actually running things in the background the whole time. And one of the Despian souls starts to possess Fleur de Lis' armor. And that is what is going on here. In this, the White Knight of Dogmatica, this is Fleur de Lis. Her armor is being possessed by the Despia, and Fleur de Lis doesn't want to become corrupted, so she separates herself from the armor. The armor becomes Queritus. Oh, that time I didn't spell right. Her armor becomes Despian Queritus, and she herself becomes a sword soul without her armor. Yeah, most people don't use the Iris Sword Soul. I just love it because Fleur de Lis is a baddie and like top tier waifu, and I just love the story, the Albaz story. It's so good. And like where we're at right now with the story, with the power of the elements, it gets so sad. Doesn't look like. Hey Lixie, have you guys started game 2 yet? Because it's not letting me spectate if so. But I want to spoil it so bad because like it's like Ib level, like you know in the World Legacy story when Ib died, it's like that level of sad. But I won't spoil anything. Okay, great. It's glitching out. Let me see if I can leave and rejoin the room and see if that fixes it. We might just not be able to spectate the final duel. Yeah, no, it's not letting me spectate it. That's unfortunate. Maybe if I try on a different account. Let's see if that might work. It could. But that's quite a bit of work. Yeah, it'll be good to know if that's a fix to the glitch, so give me one moment. And I'm going to switch to a different account and see if I can then get into spectating. And if not, I can just watch the replay. That way we can still watch the duel take place, but we just won't be able to watch it until after it's already over. But I'll be sure to hide the results from you guys, so you guys still get that added drama and suspense of not knowing who won until we watch the replay. Unless they mention in chat who won, but oh well. Nope, still can't. Still not there, which is unfortunate. So I'll just we'll just watch the replay and I'll hide who wins, so we'll be able to. You guys won't lose any suspense or anything like that. In the meantime, I guess. Does anyone want a duel? I guess I should probably duel on rank. That way I don't have to leave the duel room. Oh, it's over? Alright. So I will hide this. And let's see. Oh. I see. Congratulations to the person who knows that they won. Congratulations. Oh, this is kind of cool. We get to see their hand. I think there's a way to turn that off if I wanted to. No? Okay. Do you guys want it set on fast forward or no? I'll let you guys choose. Oh, duh. Ah. I forgot that was game 2 and not game 3. I am. That's my fault. I ruined it. I don't know why I thought that was game 3. So yeah, that's me. Um. Oh my gosh, does that mean I'm popular if I got hit by a bot? I've never been hit by a bot before. Appreciate the help, Jojo. All right. Great game, both of you. So Lixie takes it with the Sword Soul Tenyi. Woo. That was hype. That was fun. Congratulations on winning the server sets. Great job. We will definitely let Soul know that you won. And right, that's what I'm saying. Like, ooh, I'm moving up in the world. These bots are coming for me. So I'll definitely make sure Soul knows you won. We'll talk about the details as far as an interview, deck list, possible role, that kind of thing. In the meantime, I still have some energy left. I say we throw hands. What do you guys think? You guys want me to open up a duel room? Just something a little casual here. All right, here's the room code if anyone wants to jump in and throw hands. True, Drakeny. Not even a bot with the bot was mistaken. The bot misclicked. The bot was trying to go to someone popular, but it misclicked and hit me instead. Yeah, again, congratulations, Lixie. Feel free to jump in this duel room. Anyone can duel. Not just JoJo. Anyone can catch hands. Ooh, this is pretty spicy. All right. So, I can use Foxy Tune. to send Aroma Garden to the graveyard. To summon Xiamen. And then search for... I misplayed already. I am really bad at this game. See, I should have sent Rosemary to the graveyard. That way Humid Winds... Well, I mean, I guess I don't really need to gain life points. Okay, I think I know what to do. I'm going to go with Shara. Normal summon that. Pay 600 life points to quick fusion or to fusion summon into Rising Carp. And then Rising Carp will activate to special summon Madame Spider and another Shara. Yeah. And then Spider, pay another 600 to search for impermanence. Set you, activate you, and pass. Yes, Draconi, join the Sword Soul. Join us. Oh, so you just enjoy being a terrible human being, is what you're telling me right now. You just enjoy violence. Sir, that was rude. So rude. You know, I put those cards there for a reason. Like, all three of those, they were on my field for a reason. If I didn't want them on the field, I would have just kept them in my hand and saved you the card. Oh, that's it. Huh. Interesting. Alright, so I will use Spider to grab another copy of the trap. Normal summon Rosemary. Pay another 600 to fusion summon again. Activate the fusion. Special summon Xiamen and Shara. Activate Xiamen. Pay another 600 to search. Which one do you prefer, Lixie? The novel or the webcomic? Because I found the webcomic online pretty easily for free. I can see the novel costing money though. Hmm. Oh, I didn't. I'm so bad at this game. I forgot to go into main phase 2 to set my traps. No, I was not playing around another lightning storm or feather duster. I'm just bad at the game. That's what that is. Ooh, I'll take that royal finish, Kaiju. I appreciate it. I appreciate that kind donation. I appreciate you. I mean, I hate you, but I appreciate you. Are you playing Mech Knights? No, that wouldn't make... Wait. No, that wouldn't make sense if you were. Oh, that's spicy. If only I had set my traps. I needed to set my traps, but I'm bad. Cool. Thank you for giving me a level 8 monster. I appreciate that. Oh, you're such a nice person. Huh. I should have bounced that. Oh, okay. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, the dragon animation is pretty cool. Okay. I think I'm okay. Yeah, I think I might be okay. Let me just turn my toggle on. And then activate this. Yes, I want to pay 1,000 to search for Jasmine. That way I have a better follow-up for next turn. Yep, it was just a casual duel. Lixie won the tournament. Okay, cool. I will activate Blessed Winds to gain 500 real quick. Just cuz. Okay. Jasmine is a soft once per turn. So I'm not mad at this. And I now have some plays I can make. So I will normal summon Jasmine, which will trigger Gardening to gain a stack and draw a card. And now my life points are higher, so I should be able to... Oh, accept itself. Fine. be that way. I will just search for a new card myself. I will grab Kananga. Now here's where some stuff gets a little spicy. I can activate the dragon to summon let's see, what do I want? We'll grab you. So I can use the dragon to summon this level 3 punk back from my graveyard. Then I can use Blessed Winds, gain 500 life points, which will put me just high enough to be able to add in to do the other normal summon for Jasmine for Kananga. And now I have all these plays I can make, such as using Xiamen and Kananga for Aromatherapy Sweet Marjoram, who will search for... should I go with Blessed Winds or Dried Winds? Probably Blessed. Yeah. So Sweet Marjoram will then search for Blessed Winds. That way I can start recurring some more advantage. And my life points are higher, so I can summon Angelica from the graveyard as well. I'll use Angelica and Jasmine to link summon into Aromatherapy Jasmine. Then I will use this card, targeting Gameciel. And because I control Punk Monster, this will allow me to gain life points equal to Gameciel's attack, which will trigger Jasmine to search a card, and Sweet Marjoram to destroy a card. And I will search another Angelica as another way to gain life points as a quick effect, now that I have a destruction here. And then I'll set that in battle. Okay. Rude. Oh, I was not reading. Reading is hard. See, reading it's a difficult process. I didn't even look at how much life points he had or how much defense he had. This is fine. I'm in pretty good shape here. I have Blessed Winds, which will allow me to summon any Aromage from my graveyard and then gain a stack from gardening. When I gain life points, Sweet Marjoram will destroy a card and Jasmine will search a card. I have Blessed Winds to also search a card. I've got a pretty good setup here. I really should have played around Mech Knights by putting these over here instead, or putting one of these over here instead. But oh well. It wouldn't have mattered. Oh. Huh. Fair enough. Huh. And because of the timing involved, there's not really any way for me to deal with that for now. This is fine. I'm not in danger yet. Is this only... Yeah, this only negates cards that I currently control. So any card that I summon back still gets an effect. Yeah, that's true. I can't take damage. But honestly, damage is not really an issue for me at this point. Because I have my whole life point loop set up where I can just constantly gain life points. So, what JoJo really needs is to be able to get rid of all of my back row. And even then, I don't. It just kind of depends on what I draw. Okay, that would work. Oh no, that only destroys monsters. That's fine. Sure, get rid of my dragon. Go ahead. You pop my dragon. The other Mech Knight that's like this, the yellow one, um, oh yeah, I don't need monster effects. I'm good. Maybe. Huh. Yeah, no, I'm good. But if it was the other Mech Knight, the yellow one, I believe, yellow or orange, the one that destroys spell or traps, then I might be in some degree of danger, but I I'm not too mad if my monsters get destroyed. The name, it has dragon in the name. It's not my fault. I didn't do this. I did not cause such abomination. Cool. Fine. Be that way. The Yeah, it negates monster effects. I don't mind that. Because it only negates monster effects in the same column as Mech Knight monsters that he controls. So what I can do now is I can activate Bless and Winds. To special summon Sweet Marjoram back. And then I gain life points for Aroma Gardening. And with the timing of all of this happening, I gain the life points, and then Marjoram can destroy that before they even have the chance to really use it. Okay. What's your plan? Who won the tournament, Brandon? Lixie won the tournament playing Sword Soul Tenyi. But if you mean who won versus me and JoJo, we're still going we're still going at it. Yeah, Avermax would be kind of scary. But I don't see how they could do that yet because their memories is a quick play spell, so they can't activate that during the turn they set it. So if it goes back to their turn and they keep all three monsters. Yeah. Oh. Okay. Oh, and you don't target. Ooh, okay. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and use Humid Winds just in case. Now, you're still in a tough position because, like, all four of these cards are very powerful. So, choosing the right one to get rid of is a little tough. Is going to be a little tough. I think I want... Yeah, I'll grab another Marjoram. Or grab a Marjoram for a follow-up. Yeah, gardening is definitely the way to go, because gardening is by far the best spell in the deck, aside from E-Telly, which is insane in its own. Alright, so you have memories. That's your toggle. You can summon memories to summon a Mech Knight. My guess is Purple Nightfall, so you can use Purple Nightfall's banish effect, gain some advantage to maybe have a follow-up. Yep, Purple Nightfall. Okay. Summon Madam Spider here. Alright. I will normal summon Jasmine first. Then I can activate Angelica, targeting Rosemary to gain 1,800 life points. Then Marjoram will destroy a card, such as Unicorn, and Jasmine will draw a card. Next, I will synchro summon into... I have so many options here. Wow. There's just so much that I can do. Oh, but I pretty much have game if I do this. Okay. So I'll use all 3 of these to summon Dragon. Dragon will activate to bounce this. Yep. And then I can activate Blessed Winds. To summon this sweet marjoram right back to the field. And if I wanted to, I could go through plays with Foxy Tune, summon another punk, and stuff like that. Well, actually, no, I can't because based off E-Telly, that was my last punk. And great game, JoJo. That was fun. That I was really able to kind of show off what this deck is able to do there, so that was good. Does anyone else want a duel? I guess I probably should have pinned this for if anyone else wants to come in and duel. There's the room code. And if anyone does want to duel, just say something in the chat like you want to duel. If nobody else wants to duel, JoJo, do you want to run that back for a rematch? Yeah, no problem, Drakeny. Thank you so much for joining and showing some support here and watching. And you have a great rest of your day. I really appreciate you. All right, so I'll give it another. And Brandon, I would literally cry if you did. So, let and then it would just be painful for everyone because I would be crying, and you guys wouldn't be able to see me crying because my avatar wouldn't be crying. So you would just cause so much disruption to everyone if you donated. It would be the absolute worst thing ever. No, I appreciate the thought. Ooh, Phantasm Spiral. No, that would. I would cry. I would cry. I'm like tearing up just thinking about it. So, yeah. Phantasm Spiral. This is going to be tough. This is going to be a tough matchup. Because Phantasm Spiral has quite a bit of back row hate. Well, has a potential to disrupt the back row. And I don't like that. I don't like that. All right. Okay. I got something here. I got something spicy. I also know that you probably run Skill Drain, and Skill Drain does kind of mess with this deck a little bit. I will not lie. But I will say Skill Drain affects this version of the deck way less than pure Aromages. So that's a good thing. So what do we do first? I think we drop... we summon Xiamen. Activate its effect. Search for... Doesn't really matter too much. Shara is fine. And then Pacifist will summon a token to search for a Phantasm Spiral card. Most likely going to be Battle for a form of disruption. Yep, there it is. Okay. Now I'll use Foxy Tune. Okay. Rude. How rude and inconsiderate of you. Fine. So I'll get Madame Spider. And it won't make sense to activate Madame Spider because the in-archetype Imperm only negates effect monsters, which you play none of. Because you're rude like that. Alright, but I can tribute Xiamen to summon Ogre Dancer from my hand. Then I can use both of these to synchro summon Big Boy Dragon. And use that to bounce this and that and that. Unless you chain Skill Drain, which I know you... Oh, that's worse. That is significantly worse. I am in danger. Oh, it doesn't destroy? Oh, okay. I thought Fist of the Ten you destroyed, negated and destroyed, but no, it just... Okay. This is good. So I'll throw down Aroma Gardening, which will probably get popped by Battle, or not. Okay. Battle. Okay, so it's not Skill Drain, or you would have activated it by now. The only other option, or another likely option, is Sea Stealth Attack. So you are probably running Sea Stealth Attack there. Let's see it. Okay. Make us crash. Fair enough, fair enough. Rude, but okay. And I remain in danger. If you want, Brandon, after this duel with JoJo, me and you can duel against each other before I round up the stream. That's unfortunate. Are you going to be able to participate in server locals tomorrow? Oh, that's smart. I didn't think about that. Oh, so Pot of Prosperity cuts the damage you deal for the rest of the turn. I never thought about waiting until main phase 2 to activate Prosperity to maximize your damage. That's smart. I like that. Awesome. I'll make sure that you and I duel each other tomorrow. Okay. I can work with that actually. So I'll activate Blessed Winds to send Bergamot to the graveyard to gain 500 LP. And then you'll get your... Oh, I cannot work with that. Yikes. Okay. I'm just continuously in danger. The best thing I can do is I can activate Angelica, gain 2,400 life points, but then I'm top decking. You know what, JoJo? I'm calling time right now. Time has been called, so since I have more life points, I win. That's how this works, right? I can just call time and win. Ouch. So what deck should I play at server locals tomorrow? I am considering either Weather Painter, Evil Twin, or Pile Trap. Yeah, no, I'm definitely getting hella payback for what I did to you. Set. Of course. Can you let me die in peace? I meant to activate the other effect, the pay 1,000 effect. You only affect monsters. Why does this deck hard counter me so much? Yeah, you got me. Yeah, I got just pretty destroyed. All right, let me switch decks, and then we'll run that back for one last duel. Yeah, we gotta break this tie. Oh, Brandon, you're able to duel though. All right, so I'll probably duel Brandon, and then JoJo will run that back for a rematch. Just one moment. It's actually a perfect thing that the poll is tied between Pile Trap and Weather Painter, because I actually have those on the same account. So this works perfectly. So I can even play both of those in server locals and not really have to go through too much in the way of account switching and all that kind of stuff. Whoa, why is it? What? I think I broke something. Help. There we go. Yeah, I broke something. I accidentally had it screen capturing me twice instead of one screen capture Master Duel and the other me. So, oopsies. Alright, let me hop back into the room. Awesome. Yeah, it's been a while since I've used this deck. Oh, wrong button. Alright. Yeah, it's been a while since I've used this deck, so I don't know how well it'll be. So you got the ramen noodle, the ramen noodle mate. I see you. Get that cup of fusion noodles. I'm going to start off with Extravagance. Banish all 6 cards. I don't give a fuck about my extra deck. Then we can throw out the Pot of Duality. We'll grab the Solemn Judgment for some protection from board wipes. Set 5 pass. Best board. Let's go. I'd like to see Tenyi bring out a board this strong, or add Emancipator or Dinos. They can't touch this board. This board's way too strong. Thank you, JoJo. I appreciate that. Although now that I'm getting closer to the timed out or lagged out. Yep. My board was too strong. See, I told you. Set 5 pass so unbreakable that it breaks their game. Easy wins. What was I saying? As I'm getting closer to the end of the stream, I'm starting to realize that I haven't really eaten anything yet today. And I haven't eaten anything today, and it's 2:30 p.m. in my time. So here in about, after this duel and after my duel with JoJo, I'm going to wrap up the stream and go get something to eat. I am feeling Weather Painters a bit more, though. Yeah, I think I'm going to go with that. And yeah, this is my Weather Painter build. A lot of people will find this highly questionable for many reasons, but it works for me. Oh, the timing could not have been more perfect. Is it not letting you begin the duel? Not sure why it's glitching out so much. Here, let me try being the first on the table. So you join my table instead. And we'll see if that works. Hey, there we go. Oh, really? Why? Rude. Alright. So just a pro tip when it comes to Weather Painters. The order that you want to place cards, you always want to place the spell or trap cards first, then the monsters, because the spell or trap cards give the monsters their quick effects. So like say my opponent had Effect Veiler, or something that negates a monster's effect for like the entire rest of the turn, what's a good example? Or say my opponent had something that could destroy my card as soon as it's summoned. If I summon the monster first, they destroy it, it's gone, I don't get any effect. But if I play the spell first, and then I summon the monster, if they have an effect that can destroy it, I can chain to their effect, kind of like what Ray does in Sky Strikers. It's kind of a similar thing to that, where you're able to bounce off the field to dodge something if you play the spell first. Ash Blossom, unfortunate, but that's fine. The great thing about the Weather Painters is their effect to come back is not negated. So because it was banished to activate an effect, even though this effect did not resolve, it was still banished to activate that effect, so it still comes back to my field. And then I can go ahead and hit you with the Macrocosmos, which shuts down quite a lot of decks. Like Albaz. Albaz kind of needs their... Well, actually, they don't really need their graveyard as much. This is actually interesting because versus Albaz, Macrocosmos doesn't hurt them quite as much because a lot of the Albaz effects that activate in the graveyard also happen to activate in the banish zone. So that'll be an interesting interaction. Oh, I should have. Oh, I forgot. I forgot who Albaz was for a minute. And he punished me for forgetting. See, that's why I love Sprind. So a lot of people who play Albaz don't play Sprind. I love him. It just requires any effect monster special summon this turn, and during the main phase you can move it to another main monster zone and destroy all other face-up cards in the column. So that's what he did right there. He summoned Sprind, moved it here, got rid of Macrocosmos. Beautiful. So many people are sleeping on Sprind. I love it. I just really wish it was a quick effect. Like, if it was a quick effect, that'd be so good. Oh, this is good. Okay. So, Valhalla Hall of the Fallen is another card that a lot of people don't really play, but it's so good in this deck. All of the Weather Painters are fairies. Once per turn, you could special summon a fairy monster from your hand. You must control no monsters to activate and resolve this card. Well, because all of the Weather Painters bounce off the field to activate the effects, you'll usually have Valhalla live to be able to summon a monster from your hand because your monsters will be bounced. And on top of that, Thunder, the Weather Painter Thunder, can actually send Valhalla to the graveyard when you don't need it anymore to activate one of your other traps that you may want. So like what I can do here is I can put Canvas here. I can use this Snow to bounce off the field for Canvas, or Rainbow Canvas, to summon Thundery. And then I can activate Thunder's first effect, send Valhalla to the graveyard to get Thunder Canvas. I messed up with the zone placement. Oh, I'm bad. I'm bad at the game, but it's okay. You always want Thundery to be in like the centermost zone because that's the one that you want to use the most, essentially. Alright. So now I can attack into this with Snow, activate Thunder to bounce Sprind, and attack directly with you. And then I'll go ahead and activate it with that just so I have some recovery or some recursion there. Now, just in case I end up getting board wiped, I want a second copy of Thundery in hand. And starting now, I have a nice Weather Painter snowball effect here. So during the standby phase, both of these cards will come back. Well, sorry, all three of these cards will come back. And then once he summons a monster, my plan is to use Snow, to use the Rainbows effect, to summon Aurora from the deck, and Aurora will protect my spell trap cards from being destroyed. And then I'll have a pretty solid control over the game state. So right here, chain to activate rainbow. Now he probably heard me say that, so he's going to know to chain him now, because if he waited, then I would no longer have the ability to protect my cards. Interesting choice. I think the best bet... Well, actually, no, because it doesn't matter because he got off the field anyways. Honestly, I think one of the better things to do in that case would have been to destroy another card other than DPE and destroy Thundery, and then you'd be able to attack into Snow without me being able to dodge anything. I think that would have been the better option, because now... Or attack into Aurora to, stop me from protecting my stuff. Because at this point, I don't need Snowy Canvas, because I don't need to search anything. I can just loop these monsters that I already have and be fine. Yeah, I definitely agree, Jojo. And that's why I love the field spell so much, is the field spell speeds Weather Painters up enough to where they don't just auto lose to aggressive decks that can win in like one turn. So I'm going to link summon into Rainbow. Now I can negate. I have essentially an Omni Negate here, which does absolutely nothing for me. That's unfortunate. Super Poly hurts. Because this is light, this is dark. So I think the only thing you could go into is Starving Venom, though, and you have to use your own monster to go into that. Yeah. Now, that being said, I'm still in a significant degree of danger, because now I have no painters in rotation. So I screwed myself over by summoning the Link monster. I had a feeling it was a mistake, but that's another reason why the field spell is so useful, because it's such a painful cost of resources to summon the Link monster in this deck. Let's see. What was I saying? Yeah, all of the resources that have to go into this, you're losing out on so much advantage. It hurts. So being able to use your spell trap cards as the Link material is really helpful. Yeah, the new Link is also really good. It can destroy a card on the field, I believe. Instead of negating it, you can banish to destroy. And then when it itself is destroyed, you can summon Rainbow from the extra deck. I just don't feel like it does as much for Weather Painters as the field spell does. Awesome. Thank you, JoJo. Um, yeah, after this duel, I'm going to duel you, and then I gotta go get something to eat. And then I also have some college coursework that I gotta get completed today at some point. So I just want to make sure I don't forget that as well. I really don't know why I haven't activated skill drain yet. I keep clicking no when I really should be clicking yes. Like when Owlbear was summoned. I think at this point I just don't really think there's any way for me to come back anyways, whether I skill drain or not. Okay, cool. Thanks for pointing that out. I think it was because I was actively opening up Discord to check in. So during the moment I was opening it, it probably lagged the model a little bit. Absolutely useless. All right. Great game, Brandon. I know that Link Monster, still no. Never summon the Link Monster until we have the field spell. Got it. um, so on that note, I know I said that I would be able to duel you again, JoJo, but I actually do have to get going. Something minor did just come up, nothing, not a big deal, but I do have to get going. I will we'll duel tomorrow during server locals and all that. We'll have a rematch, but thank you so much, everyone, for watching and being here with me, showing your support and all that. I really do appreciate it, all of you. Thank you so much, and you all have